have been actually.
Well, yeah, I know. Right here it feels sparse, right? Yeah. So this is more populous than Iowa, even here. And then Delhi is like really populous. Yeah.
I'll complete that part and I'll come.
Yeah, good. Yeah. But I have lived in Chicago, right? So that was the big city. That's more populous. In New York City for a while, like 2 weeks. But, okay.
You are visiting Delhi, that you are saying that you will visit Taj Mahal and all.
Yeah.
To book the ticket, there is a site called Indian Archaeological Site. So if you, that is a software. So if you book the ticket from there, it will be easy for you because otherwise sometimes there is a very big line on the
Oh,
counter.
like book ahead.
Yes, for all the archaeological site in India, like Great Fort, India Gate, Shutdown.
For all over India.
All over India.
Okay.
One site is there, you just need to mention, you just need to fill your details, then you can pay.
Get a gate pass.
Oh, nice.
Easy pass.
You can pay through your card or online payment.
Can you email me the website or app or something? Yeah, and then you can alert me. Okay, morning. So we've got a couple more topics. I thought that I would try to apply some of this to real situations. Does everyone have something to write with or write on? You got some, I mean, you could write on, yeah, you got something. Yeah, good. And there's a tablet behind you here. You can steal somebody else's if you want. Yeah. So sometimes in user interface design, people will talk about, I want a natural interface. And I wanted to think about what that means. What does it mean for a software to feel natural? And I'll give you a hint. If you have an expert musician, right, an expert musician who's playing a trumpet or a violin or whatever they're playing, if they're really good, it will almost seem like an extension of their body. It just seems like it's a natural part of their body, like maybe an extra arm or something. And they got that way through lots of practicing, right? So let's see if we can get to a natural interface that way. So here's my drawing exercise for you. I'm going to say that is a blicket, and I want you to draw 3 more blickets. You can just draw and then give him the thing to draw. Yeah. That's a blicket. Draw 3 more. Don't Google what a blicket is. I don't know if you're trying to Google what a blicket is. No, it's just made up, right? So let me see. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if this will work. Okay. Now I get to play cameraman to show off your blickets. I'm going to turn on, yeah. Okay, I want it to be not. Hold on a minute. I wonder if I have the lock on. Usually it'll turn, but not today. Okay, so let's see some blickets. Here we have his blickets. Can everybody see that? There we go. Okay. You done yet? Okay. Okay, let's see here. We've got some here, and you got some others over here. Connected blickets, maybe. And we've got these, and we've got these. Okay, so people changed the orientation somewhat, and they rotated it, and everybody had a circle on a line, which is pretty interesting that the human brain can do this, right? Like I show you, this is called one-shot learning. I give you one instance, and I'm like, and with babies are doing this all the time. You're like, this is a dog, and they're like, oh, okay, and then they learn what a dog is, and then maybe later they see, maybe if they saw a skunk, they're like, that's a weird dog, right? And then you have to tune them. But our brain is really good at this, and so if you ask hundreds of people to draw these, then you get this sort of thing. Most people will rotate them and change the dot, move it up and down. Rarer is the midpoint and the endpoint, and almost never do you get this stuff. Some people are, if we had a designer person in here, they might be like, oh, I'm radical and creative, I'm gonna go over down here. But it's rare. So then why? Like, what is your brain doing that leads to this? And so the theory is that your brain sees this original blicket and ranks features of it in terms of specialness. And it's about these Bayesian priors. So it turns out that in our world, there's not a lot of things that are straight, that are natural. They're human-made if they're straight. The only straight things we have is the horizon, we have the surface of water, maybe some trees are pretty straight. But it's rare to be straight unless a human made it straight. And so when your brain sees straight, it's like, well, that must be important. And so that's one of the first things people get. They're like, they're never gonna bend the straight. Okay, and then round, the dot is round. So some things in the world are round, oranges, onions, the moon, but it's still pretty special to be round. It's relatively unusual. It's not as rare as straight, but it's relatively rare. So your brain is like, well, round is pretty special. Let's keep it round. And then this alignment, these are rare because if that was the first blicket you saw, you would not move that dot, right? I mean, you'd be like, oh, it's on the end. That's special because it's like a co-alignment. And if it's in the perfect middle, you probably wouldn't move it too. So your brain recognizes that as special. So we have these prior probabilities of what is normal in the world. These are called priors, Bayesian priors. And this is you walk around since you've been 1 year old, taking in the world of like, this is what's typical, this is what's not typical, and everything you see, you're judging based on that. Okay, here's another example. There's a DAX. Okay, who thinks A is a DAX? Who thinks B is a DAX? Who thinks C is a DAX? Jay was like, yeah, Jay's gonna do it. And then, D is a DAX? Anyone? Okay, so like nobody's gonna say D is a DAX, right? I mean, it's just really different. And because you've got these categories in your head about plant versus animal, and that's like, oh, keep those apart. Most people don't say that's a DAX. Some people will be like, yeah, maybe. And this one, there's like, it's a naked DAX and it got shaved or something. I don't know. So you're trying to put together what you know about animals, and you know that most animals have 4 limbs, and they have eyes and a head, and okay. So you're using your best judgment. And now what's interesting in the choices, though, is that I can give you alternate choices, and it changes you. So now, who thinks A is a DAX? Who thinks B is a DAX? Everyone's like, yeah, okay. C is a DAX? Now he's like, no more C. D is a DAX? No, okay. So this sort of thing's hard for computers. This would be hard for AI, first time. Have y'all seen the AI thing about the poodles versus bagels? Like the bagels versus dogs thing? Okay, this is a fun example, so let me briefly do this. Bagel versus puppy, AI, computer vision. Let's see if we can get this. Come on. Okay, my browser may be unhappy. I'm gonna go over here. So this might show up eventually. But basically it's easy. It would be hard for computer vision to detect these differences. So the summary is that we have these probability distributions in our heads. And you have these probability distributions about what you think is normal. And several people have talked to me about how food in India will change by when you move, 5 kilometers away or something? I don't know, something small. So that might, you grow up here and that might start to feel normal, that food changes dramatically as you go by it, or as it might not feel normal to me. And so you figure out what normal is. And that's why international travel is really helpful, right? So like when I first went to Namibia, I was like, oh, all the light switches go the other way. Like to turn the, I mean, they go the other way here too, I think. You push down to go on, right? Yeah, so it's the flip in the US. And it's like, well, it's binary. It doesn't really matter. It's not like one is right, one's wrong, but it's different. And you can drive on which side, and it's just different, you know? Yeah, so in the US, it's the other side from here, right? But I did learn to drive on your side in Namibia. But, you know, again, that's like, it's different, but it's not like right or wrong. So you learn these things. And they do lead to stereotypes, right? So if I go somewhere and I experience for the first time somebody with bright pink hair and they're yelling at me about, you know, stop the war, then I'm like, oh, you know, maybe, I don't know. It's like the one-shot learning, the Blickett thing we just did, right? So you're gonna take all these attributes and pack them in and be like, okay, pink, watch out for pink hair people. So that can be a problem, right? And this, you might remember the system 1, system 2 in your brain. The system 1 stuff is acting on all these priors. It's acting really fast. So that's what's leading to these stereotypes. And the system 2 has to come along and be like, no, 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 that was just that person with pink hair. Okay, so if you want to learn more about these thoughts, Josh Tenenbaum is an expert in these topics. He's a professor at MIT who was my office mate when I was there. And even when we were both, you know, 20 and he's my office mate, he was clearly a different form of human being already. Like he's really a genius. His brain is just like in a different place. And he's an interesting guy. And but he's my age, and now you look at him and he looks like he's like 20 or something. But I don't know. He's a different guy. Okay, so this is a way to define these natural interfaces. So early on, I said we want natural interfaces, and you may say, well, that sounds so fuzzy. How are you going to define that, Stephen? It's like, well, okay, I just gave you a way to define it, about how much does it align with the priors, the Bayesian prior probabilities in the heads of your users, right? So if I give you an app on an iPhone and the back button is on the right, you're going to be like, what? What'd you do that to me for? So if you're going on if you're going on an e-commerce website, you're going to go shopping and buy something. Where's the shopping cart? You're saying bottom where? Sorry?
So near the parking, that's where we park our car. At that place, the shopping cart.
I'm talking on the website. Like I'm on a website buying things. So where's the shopping cart?
Right top corner.
So we got a vote for right top corner. Where's your, and you're saying where?
Below.
Below? You're saying, okay.
Bottom.
Okay. Let's ask the folks over here, if I'm online, I'm buying things online, where's the shopping cart on my screen? Top right. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So my experience is that it's, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, it was all over the place. And then Amazon got big and everybody moved it to the top right. But there maybe I'm not up on the website you're used to. But there's a lot of top right. So it builds up these expectations, right? This is all about these prior probabilities. Okay. So that's that little talk about if you are wondering a way to actually measure whether things are feeling natural, you can say, do they align with the expectations of the user? Well, what are these expectations? They're based on the probabilities of what they've seen before. Okay. So what we're going to do is activities today. The whole point of today is to try to bring together a lot of the things we've done into activities you can actually do, and like you could do at work. So you're going to be consultants now. And we got an airline company, and they've got 2,000 factory workers, and a lot of these factory workers have been working here since they were young. They've been working there like 30 years, 40 years. They've been building airplanes, the same F-15s, F-21s, something like that. And now they're getting to retire, and they're trying to hire these new young people, and you get the old guys saying things like, kids today just have been on their phones. They never took apart their car engine. They don't understand how engines work. And that's a legitimate complaint in the US. I don't know here. Who grew up taking apart an engine? Anyone take apart stuff? No. Yeah, okay. So some people do that, right. In the US, you've heard of the ACT test maybe for college in the US. It's a standardized test, but that same company makes employee skill tests that tell you like, oh, you want to be an employee and work in a factory? I'll tell you if you have the skills for it. So the Fly High Corp is saying, well, we got this problem. And so what your task in your 10 minutes is to recommend intervention that you're going to do to help them get the right young people. How do I know that these people who want to, I want to hire people, but I want to get people the right skills. And ideally, I want to set up something where the older people will maybe mentor the young people and not be frustrated by them. And so try to use some course ideas. This is also my effort to get you to look over the slides from the previous days, which will help you for the exam also. And then what's new here is I'm asking you to think about how long it would take to do this intervention. Are you talking about like, oh yeah, we're going to go to visit Fly High Corp and in one day we're going to give them our intervention and they're going to be all good? Or is it going to be like, well, it's a 6-month process and we're going to do this and this and this, or it's a year-long process? Like, how long is it going to take? And think about a rough budget. You might decide, okay, as a cognitive engineer, I think I'm going to get paid this much for a year, and this is going to be my full-time thing for 6 months or whatever. So a rough estimate. It doesn't have to be down to tiny dollars, but we're talking, 1 lakh, crore, whatever. I don't speak the money very well, but give me a rough order of magnitude. Is this clear so far? Okay, should we break y'all up since y'all are hanging out together all the time and you could benefit from other people? Or you want to stick together? Do what? Okay, so we'll mix it up a little bit. Let's get into groups of, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's do 4 groups. So we're going to count to 4. So you're starting with you. You're 1.
2, 3, 4.
1.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So the 1s, raise your hand. 1s. So go get together. 2s, raise your hand. Look around. Maybe gather over here with him. 3s, raise your hand. Go get together. 4s, raise your hand. Okay, just 2 of you on the 4s. Sorry. I hope this will help cement relationships beyond this course. So you might, in your little group, you might think about who's going to talk after 10 minutes. Like one of you is probably the person to stand up and say, here's what we're doing. And it doesn't have to be like slides and all. You can just stand up here with some notes and be like, so here's our approach. We think it'll cost this much. Yeah.
We have to discuss these questions and we have to write or we have to tell?
I think you can just talk to us. Yeah, so try to answer these questions. Yeah. That sound I'm hearing is the air conditioner. It's like.
In the stream?
No, I just.
These are because of the air conditioners.
Okay. It's like stuff in the wall or something.
They're cutting some trees, I think.
Oh.
Grass cuttings.
Okay. Five minutes. I saw some of you browsing the lecture files. That was a nice way to get ideas in there, if you want. So is this typical to mow the grass with like the standing thing instead of like a machine, like a riding mower? You're like riding? No.
Because most of the ground is not plain everywhere, like it is somewhere rough and up. That's why it is more feasible to use it. But that lawn mower will not be fine in these areas. But in the flat gardens which we have in front of the main building, there they use the lawn mowers.
Okay. Got it. Two minutes. All right, let's wrap it up. So I tried to phrase this a little bit like an engineering problem that you would see on homework, where it has the givens or the assumptions, right? And it's like human engineering. I mean, that's sort of why we're doing cognitive engineering. It's like you have to take an engineering mindset to problem solving this client's problem, and how are you going to do it? So who wants to talk first for, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes? I can just pick somebody. Okay, y'all are up first. Let's hear what you have to say.
Can I say from here?
No, go stand up and you're talking to all of us.
You can hold it, but
Hold it.
Okay, let's listen up to your peers. Respect your peers here.
Sir, we can make groups of the trainees based on their ACT score, and there is a we can do a pre-training survey for their cognitive modeling, that what is their thinking procedures and all. Based on that, we can make 3 groups. For example, A, B, and C. Their ACT score, their cognitive modeling, and their pre-training survey. But after that, we can again classify these 3 groups under their trainer. For example, the training skills and their background. For example, a person is from mechanical, a person is from electrical, a person is from civil. So they have their different preferences. So based on that, we can make subgroups of those 3 groups. Then we can assign 2 senior people on each of those subgroups. For example, if there is electrical subgroups, so 2 senior people from the electrical background, we can make them as their coach or mentor. So that's how we can continue it for 1 week. And in 1 week, like, we can make weekly 5 hours course.
Weekly would.
Weekly 5 hours course.
Okay.
Training schedule. In that training schedule, there will be a theory portion and a practical portion. And after 1 month, there will be a chance for the students, if anyone wants to switch. Suppose someone came a specific part of electrical course, but he didn't like it that much. He want to switch it in a different place. So they can switch. But that is only possible after 1 month. After that, there will be another 2-month course, and after each month, the instructor will get changed. From the electrical, there will be 2 different people, because the senior people also run the factory also. They can completely involve in the training, so they can switch in that job. So after 3 months, there will be an exam. In that exam, there will be a theoretical evaluation and a practical evaluation, that how they are working, how their teamwork is there, their workplace observation, all other aspects will do, and based on that, we can select from whom we can hire how much training.
Okay.
And so the total time will be taken around 4 to 6 months, because the course is of 3 months, but to prepare all the resource material and all, it will take around 4 to 6 months. The total budget, sir, here it is mentioned, don't include cost of factors, workers pay. So when the trainee are there, they can consider as intern. So they will have some little bit stipend or internship. So I have calculated in that way that trainee pay will be, total trainee pay, that will be around 10 to 12 lakhs as per rupees. And resource and inventory, because to make the practical demonstration, the lab setup and all those resource
Parts.
and inventory products will be there. That will be comes at around 7 to 8 lakhs total.
7
to 8 lakhs.
to 8.
8
Okay.
lakhs. And that travel and accommodation of the training, they will stay in hostel or somehow the foods and all. So that will be around 3 to 4 lakhs. So it will be total comes budget at around 20 lakhs for the whole training period.
So how much total?
20 lakhs.
20 lakhs.
20 lakhs.
Over 6 months.
Over 6 months.
Okay. And let's see. And you had how many subgroups? You had like the 3 subgroups? Or
First, we will make 3 subgroups.
Yeah.
Then each subgroups will categorize based on, for example, you can categorize in 4
discipline.
subgroups, like mechanical, civil, electrical,
So it's like 12 subgroups.
12 subgroups.
Okay.
Because if there is a small subgroups, if there are trainees numbers are huge, in small subgroups they can interact more easily with the instructor. If the group is very large, they somehow may little confused, or someone is little introvert, that will be difficult for them to interact and get their question solved.
So I have 12 subgroups, and I'm 6 months, and I'm trying to replace 2,000 people.
Yes.
So does that mean whatever 2,000 divided by 12 is, you know, I don't know, a little under 100, something like that. That's going to be that. So these are pretty big groups.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yes, sir. If we make it only 3 groups,
Yeah.
that will be larger than
No,
this.
that'd be too big. That's right.
So that is why we make 12. Inside the 12, we also make more subgroups. But the thing is that in a practical situation, we also need the factory to be run. So we can't replace all the old or senior people as the trainers. We
Yeah.
can't shut down the factory for 6 months. That also all the trainers may not have a very good teaching skills.
So you're thinking the current workers are the trainers,
Yes.
which, yeah, some may have teaching skills, but some may not.
Some may not have. So that is
Okay.
why after 1 month they will get interchanged.
Yeah, okay.
So the students will get more insights from
Okay.
different purposes.
Good. All right. Thank you. That's pretty good. I mean, I don't have any major objections, right? That's good. So we've got on there 20 lakhs and 6 months
Yes.
for one proposal. All right. Let's see, you know, if I'm the hiring client, let's see what else you got. So, you can just hold it, or you can.
Yes.
Yeah. So, come on.
So I was thinking that.
So let me. I'm going to sit back here actually, so you can
Okay.
be in present voice mode. Because you have to know how to talk to the whole room.
So just I was thinking that so it depends on which factory we are working. If we are trying to replace the current workers of very high specific technological factories, like as you have mentioned in fighter jets like F-35s and all, that requires significant experience. Like you can just if you are new by, it's very difficult to walk into one of those factories because these equipments are very precise and the experience needed is substantial. So that's the reason the internship period is going to be longer for these kind of factories where sophisticated technical items are manufactured. So I guess around 2 years is a decent time, given that those trainees which we are hiring for are experienced in some of the factories. Like let's say some of them have worked in Dassault, they are working in Lockheed now. So those experience would pay a lot. If we are hiring directly from the college graduates, new guys, then I think in that case the internship will be a little bit longer and more budget will be higher because they need to train longer durations for them as compared to those who have already experienced. So I guess the current, as he have mentioned, the current batch of workers who are those who are about to retire in 1 or 2 years, they have a pretty good experience with them. They can guide. It's better to learn from them as compared to as we as consultancies, we won't be able to teach them what they can. So what we can do is make them an arrangement where the older employees will get to teach the new guys, which will be working in the future. So I think in that case, even we are saving some of our budgets in that way. So I think the budget will be depending upon the time periods. Let's say for 2 years, for 2,000 factory workers, if you are trying to replace, each let's divide it to 100 batches, 20 workers in each batch, and for 20 workers we need one guide who will like explain them and all. So we need around 100 guides, and we will be paying them to do that job. And so let's say each one they won't be agreeing to work with the lower pay as they are about to train. So we have to pay them as the regular as they will be working. So I guess in that case the budget will be pretty much higher. 100 guides we have to pay them. So we'll have to current salary. I mean it's very high, around about $1 million, I guess, for this kind of sophisticated plans.
Okay, so over 2 years, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll be more expensive, but you're saying we're going to do smaller groups at a time, less disruptive to the factory, and I would assume you're going to argue, like if you were pitching, you'd argue like we're going to do it right. We're going to take
Yeah,
longer,
exactly.
higher quality, higher pay. We're going to do it right.
Yeah. So in case of new buys, which we are hiring directly from the college graduates, this can be done in 1 year, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2 years for those who have experience. Sorry, I just say
Yeah.
reverse. Those who have already experienced, it can be done for them in 1 year because they have working experiences in other factories. So it must be similar.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think I was realizing that what I haven't heard from the two pitches yet, in case y'all want to try this, is a name for your intervention. Like we're going to do called, Elevate or something. I don't know. Elevate with us or something. And sometimes when you're pitching stuff, you have a cool name, right? Even if it's corny, and then people are like, oh, I want that. Okay, who's next? You got to stand up there and talk loud enough for me to hear. He was not even quite loud enough.
You can hold it like this or you can put it.
I'll hold it. We are GIAN, Om and Tej, our group. First, we needed certain questions. They said 2,000 factory workers, average age is 60, so we don't know how many are going to retire in how soon, because that would be important for us to plan in phase-wise manner. How many people need to be hired in one go. So we are assuming that we will do it in 5 phases of 400 people each time. For that, we will have to first, as a consulting agency, we will take fees from each potential employee who is applying for this job. So we'll collect revenue from each of that person who's applying as a consulting client, and we are going to provide service to Fly High Corp. So that is one aspect. Then how do we assess each employee? So for that we'll have to know all the cognitive work load and cognitive work analysis. That will be given by the Fly High Corp. So we'll have to split it into, one is aptitude based testing, which can be done either on a system or a paper based. Second is workplace observation, where we give them some activity and we work. So we are assuming that it will take almost 1 hour for each activity, aptitude 1 hour, interview 1 hour, so 3 hours per potential employee. So if you are going to take 3 hours for 400 people, it will come to around 5 months. So we will have to accordingly phase that out and plan how many people are required to interview and do this activity from the Fly High Court. So that will have to be planned, and either it will be free of cost because they are the ones who need it, or we need to budget for the salaries or extra remuneration to be given to those people who will interview or screen these potential employees. So that is one part. Then so basically, if you are going to take 500 rupees per person for 2,000 people, will come. We are going to collect already 10 lakh rupees revenue, and then we charge fees from Fly High Corp because we are providing a service. So now we will have to plan that. Say we charge something from the agency, and then we make a balance of that amount. So the budget will be accordingly.
So what's your total cost?
It should, because we are also simultaneously earning, so we'll probably say it will even out actually. It will not cost us because we are charging from the potential employee and from the agency. So
it's going to be free to Fly High Corp to get this done.
no, free for the consulting.
Yeah, but we want to know how much it costs Fly High Corp. Right?
Maybe if we're going to collect 10 lakh from them, which is 1 million, so maybe we can charge So this we have not been able to structure it, but probably will take 10 lakh from them.
Okay, so we had the
Or-
20 lakhs, right? And then something very expensive for your second group, and then 10 here. Okay, and you're saying about 5 months? Okay.
5 months.
Yeah. Okay, good. So here's just a presentation tip for everybody. And you haven't, we gave you 10 minutes, so it's not like you had time to refine the presentation. But a good presentation is going to have a little bit of a story and a couple, what I call signposting. So signposting is things like, I have 3 things to tell you today. 1, 2, and 3. Here comes the first one. And then I tell you, and then I say, okay, here's the, that was the first one, here's the second one. And the signposting is the words you say that is not the content that helps your users keep up. So there was at one point when you said something like, that was one part, and then we have another part. So what would have made that really powerful is at the beginning, you were like, we have a 3-piece plan, or a 3-part plan. It's called analyze, evaluate, and implement, or something like that, right? You have names for them. So first is analyze. And you give people like these little tags to remember, right? And then it makes it like a nice little coherent story. And I think there's this delicate balance, which is hard to do, again, and y'all had no time to prepare this, of how much detail versus how much big picture, right? If it's all big picture, then people are like, well, they're just hand waving. Like they don't really know what they're doing. But if you go into deep detail, like some of the end of yours was deep detail about the financials, and I was like, okay, that's too much detail. They may not care about that. And then you're sort of losing them, right? Because you're trying to carry them along and get them to buy your plan. So overall, good plan. Had some good pieces, but you could package it a little better. Okay, is that good? All right, let's see what the next one is. Here's a mic. Did you get the back of the magnet? Oh, it's got it. He's got it. You got it. Okay.
So as you said, sir, that first we need to
So louder.
say it out that what are the segments of this analysis. So first one will be the scouting phase for the hirers or the joinees, and second we'll be discussing about the how we are planning the test and all this skill set which are matching with the recruiters, and third one will be the budget. So first starting with the scouting phase, as we are hiring for this flying high corps. So first we can do 2 kind of hirings. One will be for the college students, and second one will be the experienced one. So first, while we will do the scouting for these college students or any kind of campusing, there we need one marketing and a little bit of budget is there for doing the campusing and all these stuffs. And after that, we'll go into this skill test. So in this also, we will have 2-3 stages. One will be the general aptitude test. Next one will be the skill based test. There we will do some kind of shortlisting. So we'll get a extract of this recruitment or this group of people. After that we will do some team based activities. So it will be matching with the requirements of this company, like in which section we need this kind of skills or how they are familiar with these skills. So in this also we will do some kind of shortlisting, and then will be the final recruitment test. So it will be based upon the practical scenarios and all of these stuffs, and then also we'll get a least number of students or least number of students. After that we can get some experienced people also. So this will be the total recruitment process. And after all of these things, when we got hired some group of people, as it is said that it is a 2000 factory workers and most of them are above, average age is 60. So we will divide it in 2-3 stages there also, like people who will be retiring soon. So we can give them those experienced workers which we have got through prior company experiences, and the group of people who are like novice or just they have graduated, like apprentice kind of thing which is running in India. So we can give them a age group who will be retiring within 2 to 3 years. So that's how we can recruit them or put them in a better position. And they also said that we can do this shuffling kind of things, like after 6 months how they are performing, based upon their performance skills we can do the shuffling. So for this budget section, first for the scouting and all those things and this brand advertisement and all these things, we can allocate a budget around 1 to 2 lakhs. And for this training purpose, our group decided that there will be some kind of simulation and practical based approaches. The budget can be around 5 to 6 lakhs, and for the rest of this training 2 to 3 lakhs. So a total budget around 8 to 10 lakhs can be there. So this whole thing will be happening under this.
And what sort of time period?
Time period for for this apprentice kind of post, around 1.5 years they can be trained, and for this experienced people to getting to accommodate with this working environment around 6 months. So around total can be around 1.5 year they will be doing this process.
And so this is like an apprenticing program, and it sounds like as a consulting firm, you might have this train the trainer model where you could say, we're going to set up the apprenticing program. It's, for one batch, it's going to take about the 1.5 years, but then we can fade away and y'all can continue the apprenticing program. And it might take it might take 5 or 6 years to get through all the employees or something, but you could still fade. Okay. So thank you. Nice job. Nice job learning fast after I said have some signposting, and then you had some signposting. So let me come in. I'll switch places with you. You can give it to him. So let me get rid of that. So I hope this was useful in trying to apply some of the skills. Do you think... You're like, I must restore my position in the room. I must dominate this desk. It was my desk. No. So do you think that the knowledge of the people who are going to be retiring, does that knowledge need to be codified? Like, does that knowledge need to be in a website written down or recorded or somehow? Or does it not? And we can just run the mentoring sessions or the apprenticeship sessions, and we're going to do that, but the knowledge that the old guys have is not actually going to be like recorded anywhere.
Sir, it depends. Like if it is a theoretical knowledge, that can be written over some. But if there is a little bit of problem solving, that how we have managed to access this work, how we have solved that problem, that is completely practical skill. That can't be written over, that can't be documented. It's just experience. So that is why in the training period, that they can share that how they have reached to the problem statement, how they have solved it. By verbally, those training can get a little insight, but the thing is that majority of the practical knowledge that can't be written in a website or something. The theoretical problems they can mention.
Yeah, I'm just imagining the old guys like, oh, on this robot arm, you have to oil it every 2 weeks or it's going to really be a problem, and they'll just tell you that, right? Or the 5790, you have to kick it on the side when you do the thing, So some of this knowledge. And I'm not 100% sure if it needs to be written down, right?
So we can also do if we see on YouTube, there are some guys who are giving tutorials on how to open an engine, how to do, it's a complete video. You can, whenever you want it, you can see that video. See that specific part. Okay, I want to do this and that. So how the old guys doing it.
So maybe you can.
That video, you can just access it then and there.
So maybe some of the older employees would feel like they're movie stars. We're going to capture you opening the engine and put you on YouTube, something like that. And then one can say, I got more watches than you did, more views, something like that. So I think I'm thinking through the course a little bit, right? So in the beginning, we talked about cognitive task analysis, cognitive work analysis. So part of my asking, like, do we need to codify this knowledge? If you did need to codify it, then those are tools you could use, like the cognitive task analysis, cognitive work analysis, and sort of tools. Then let's see, I'm trying to remember what else we talked about. Oh, we got to the team stuff. So I don't know if it matters if we're codifying stuff like, here's how you act like a good team. Like, are you asking the old guys, like, here, you have tips for me on how to be a good team? And they're like, yeah, just don't get Marvin because he's a, slowpoke or something. I don't know. But there might be teaming skills that they have, or there might be things like, oh, don't do this if you're tired because you'll chop your finger off, something. Yeah. Can anyone think of other aspects of the course that we've studied that might apply here?
Expert and novice thing.
The expert versus novice, yeah, and how they think really differently.
So like the expert, the senior technicians, first they will show that the younger person, okay, do this, unscrew that, pull that lever, and then they will watch them how they do it after showing them, and then they will know, okay, so I have shown you to do it in that way, but you pull the lever like that one. You shouldn't pull the lever like that way.
Right. Yeah, a lot of times the experts won't really know what they know until they see the novice try it and they're like, you were so wrong. Yeah, but I did what you said to do. Have you seen this? We talked about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches before. Have you seen the video of the father and the son trying to make the peanut butter and jelly instructions? So this is his father, and he's got like a 6-year-old, and the 6-year-old's like, I want to learn to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And the father says, okay, well, here's how I'm going to teach you. You give me instructions, pretend I'm your personal robot, and I will make the sandwich. And so then the kid's like, put the peanut butter on the piece of bread. And he takes the peanut butter and puts it on the bread. And the kid's like, no! It's like, well, I did what you told me. And so he's like, okay. And it just goes on like this, right? He forces the kid to be sort of computational about it and get so specific. And there's a little bit of this expert versus novice thing that comes up in this. Yeah. Okay, let's look at some of the other topics.
So, like most of the tasks we already have a standard operating procedures.
Mm-hmm.
So, how will cognitive task analysis
Help?
Because almost all factories, by even in terms of legality or statutory requirements, they need to have this in place.
That's right. So when I was having a project with Boeing, which is, no relation to Flathead Corporation, I would visit, right? And they would show me, like, I'm building a wing in this work cell. And in the corner of the room, there's a PC with screen, and it's got Lego-like instructions. Take part A4A279 and attach it to part, and then they get advanced instructions. But the guys doing the wing, they've been doing this wing for 5 years or something. So they don't need the instructions, right? And they're just doing their thing.
It's become a muscle memory.
So it's almost like muscle memory. Now that might seem fine, but the problem can be that maybe some other engineer has realized that, our wing would be stronger if we use these other bolts. So I need the assemblers to start using bolts 28 instead of bolts 47. And so now they put them in the room, but they keep using 47 instead of 28. And so that can be a problem. And then the other problem is that you can just get tired and overlook stuff. Like I think I talked about John Deere and the welding, the big sprayer arms. When they're really complex, they're geometrically complex, so it's easy to lose track of a spray. So the process is documented. And then if you observe the workers, then you might start to realize, like, what are the other factors that affect the successful implementation of this process? Like, are they looking at the instructions when they need to? Are they too fatigued? Are they making errors? So that might help some. So the cognitive task analysis might come in, and you might say things to the workers like, can you tell me, has there ever been a time when you made a mistake and didn't realize it for a while? And they was like, oh yeah, it took me like, I didn't notice for 10 minutes and it took me an hour to go back and fix it, something like this, right? And then you start to realize things that are like, the process has a problem because it's going to lead to errors at this point. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Let me get my little outline here briefly. So we did cognition. Oh, we did accessibility and individual differences. This hits a little on the individual differences where the different workers can have different skills, right? So you might need to accommodate that. Some of you talked about the groups. I don't know if the sociocultural design stuff would come into play. I'm thinking, it's like you're trapped in the factory. There might be a little bit going on there about the older workers who know each other well and are buddies and are like drinking beer together at night, get these young upstarts coming in. And so then they're going to talk about them. And they may say like, oh, I got this good guy, or like, I got this guy who's a loser, and something like that. So there could be some cultural team building and sort of initiatives you might have to fold in so that they get to know each other and they bond a little bit.
So it happens here also that someone who's been working for almost 40 years, and then there's someone who's expert, not trained person, but he's young, and he comes and says, no, there's a better way of doing things, and then he's not. They don't say no, but they're also not compliant.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's like I'm grumpy about it. Right. Exactly. And so ideally there's a way to convince them of the value, and I'm not sure the way to do that. I mean, I feel like ideally over the 40 years you'd have enough change, have a couple changes in there so they recognize that, oh, every once in a while we need to have a change, and that's going to be good. But yeah. I'm processing this a little bit to point out that human dynamics are complicated, right? So we just can't treat the humans like they're robots because you have these other elements. So we had talked about the teamwork. Yeah, oh, there might be an AI opportunity, right? There might be something that AI could do, some piece that could be replaced, I don't know. Okay, so that's enough for that. I think we did some good activities. I wasn't sure how long this would take and how many teams we'd have, so I had a different one, and we're not gonna do this one too. In my real class, I've done both, right? But let's just read this one a minute and tell me how you think, if you did this one, how would it be different than what you just did? So we have a different company, Know It All Inc. They have intelligence analysts, they're looking for information. And we have a high attrition rate. A third of the employees are leaving within a year. And some of them are really great, and they would like to document their knowledge before they leave. Higher educated workforce, average age in their 20s. So, yeah. So we don't have to do the whole thing, but just what are some things you notice? What's going to be different here than with Fly High Corp?
First, we will try to find the reason behind the employees are leaving the company within first year.
So you're going to have to play detective a little bit. So that cognitive work analysis stuff is going to play a lot more role. It could be the VACP. Like you don't know if they're leaving because, if they're leaving because they're like, oh, my mind is just blown every day after work. Like this is so complicated. They're just stressing me out. Then you could talk about the cognitive load. Or are they leaving because it's like a toxic boss or something, right? It's more just organization.
That was like anonymous survey among the workers. That what is the reason behind their leaving by not mentioning their names or details, so that they can give the feedback more independently. By not, suppose someone having a very bad boss, he doesn't want to mention his name, that who he is complaining about, or who is the person who is doing the complaint. If that is an anonymous thing, so we can classify what are the major reasons.
Yeah. So we hope that could do that. I mean, let's assume you can't get to the people who have already left, but you can survey the people who are still there. For why do you think Mark left?
You have already left. For that thing, we can done a little bit market survey, that what are the competitors are doing, what is their pay scale, if there is any extra benefits, they are giving. That is why
Yeah.
the people are living. For example, the same pay, maybe they are providing accommodation also. Like, so in that way, if it is possible to incorporate in this Noel order,
Yeah, like commission, they're
so
buying
that,
them away.
yes, so
Yeah.
that type of small things can be incorporated so that people can feel that okay, they're here and company is thinking about the other perspective of their life also, that work-life balance.
Okay, so we've got a proposal to do this anonymous survey to gather the data, right, and all this sort of thing. An alternative to that is to interview every employee.
That
It's only 50 of them.
Yes, if there is only 50 employees, it's possible to interview 1:1. But if that is a 500 or 1,000 employees company
Yeah.
and there is a time pressure.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
might
right. No,
be-
that's right. I'm just thinking about, like, what's the trade-off? So let's hear from a different person. If you had to choose between an anonymous survey of 50 employees or 30-minute interviews with 50 employees, the 30-minute interviews are going to take a lot longer. Are they going to add value over the anonymous survey?
I think, sir, the interview can add more value because in survey you will have some specific set of questions. But in interview, if it is open-ended interview, it's like some after like talking with 1 or 2 minutes, they can like share their stress. They can vent their stress out. So
Yeah.
you will know about what exactly happened with them or what they have feel. So
And
it will take longer time, but I think on the long run it will be more fruitful to gather more data or more.
Okay.
For interview also, we need to have some set of questions because if you have the anonymous survey previously, we already know what are the clusters of problems that upon which we should ask the question, that how is your thinking about your boss, how is your relationship of your boss, and also the average age is 25. So if a person who is judging them is more than 45 or 50, maybe the way of thinking, way of the trends and all that can influence. That
So
can
you're
be-
thinking you survey them to get the interview questions. You have like a semi-structured interview, and you have the interviewer be 25.
Yes.
Not 25.
Maybe 30. I don't know.
For example, if we got very small response on work-life balance, that everyone is saying work-life balance is very good. So in the interview, we are not focusing on very deep questions on work-life balance. That way we can save time
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
interview.
Okay. Other thoughts on interview
I
survey or
think the
book?
major reason they are leaving is because we see the average age is around 25, and we have mentioned that 30% of them are MS or PhD, so the rest of us trying to get a degree, like higher degree. So that's the reason they might be leaving. So if company can assist them in providing a degree, like let's say part-time degree you can do while on the job, that might be helpful.
Okay, that might be good. Then maybe they're trying to get their degree. That could be.
Or if we do the interview, probably we can also influence them to withdraw their resignation because during the process of interview can capture what they actually is affecting them.
They might. Some people are more comfortable if the interview is not being recorded. Then some people are more comfortable at telling you everything, right? How about focus groups? Is anyone a fan of like, oh, I don't have time to interview all 50 people, so let's get them in groups of 4 and call it a focus group?
Not here.
Hmm?
Not in this one.
Not in this one? Okay, why not?
Because in the focus group, maybe the other people are also partly responsible for the problem.
Oh yeah, so it's Ralph who's evil, and so Ralph's in the group. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah. Any thoughts back here? Okay, over there, you're good. All right, so this, I guess what's key is though that this is a different sort of dynamic, right? It's more about feelings and pressures and maybe the cognitive load we talked about earlier on, as opposed to like your work skills in a factory. So it's sort of a different dynamic. Okay, so why don't we take the 10-minute break? We're good? Okay, so we're going to do a 10-minute break, then we're going to do more slides with another activity, and then the exam is at 2, I believe. Yeah, I think the exam's at 2. So the other thing I wanted to do this morning in this session is look over and comment on some of your writings, like the trust measures and things like that. Yeah. So one of the questions I've been asked a couple of times is like, do you have any tips for overall career or life? And so one thing I'll suggest is that you found her.
Sorry.
No.
It was a human error.
So one tip for life is that you may think you're in charge of your life, and I'll suggest that you aren't really very in charge of your life, because there's a lot that happens in your life that you are not aware of, and you won't know what's coming. And so there's a couple examples of like that for me. So when I was an undergraduate, I was in this graphics programming class, like 3D graphics, and we had a class project, and the professor said, you have to do this class project. And I said, well, I don't know what to do. And he's like, I'll have a really hard problem if you want to do that one. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. He said, okay, I've got this mathematical function. It's sort of 7-dimensional. I want you to visualize it in 3D. And I'm like, okay. So I took around this sketchbook for weeks around campus. And after about 3 weeks, I was making sketches. And I had a decent idea and then programmed it up. And he was really excited. He was sort of blown away. And so then I presented the project and he liked it. And then he said, come by to my office. And so I went to his office and he said, so a buddy of mine is an archaeology professor and he just got a new grant to use technology on his archaeological dig in Cyprus. And so do you want to be his techie all summer? This would be a summer job. And I'm like, okay, great. So for some of you who've asked what countries I've been at, I forgot Cyprus. So I've lived in Cyprus for 3 months. So that was a great job, but it's not under my control, right? Nobody told me there's a job you need to practice and study and apply and interview for it. It was just because I was doing things and I was ready to grab opportunities. Similarly, in high school, when I went to live in Germany for a year as an exchange student, that was also a sort of a scholarship given by the German Bundestag, the legislature, which I didn't know about, except my German teacher saw that I was excited about German. He's like, you should apply for this. I'm like, what is this thing? It's got 12 essays, and he's like, I'll help you with the essays, you apply. So again, it came out of nowhere, and I feel like this sort of thing just happens sometimes. So my only advice is like, be ready to take opportunities that may come up. Now that said, there's this phrase, the chance favors the prepared mind. So you can, it may be chance and it may be random, but also you can be prepared, right? So you're like, okay, I'm going to be really good at Python. If anything cool comes up that I can use my Python on, I'm going to be ready. So it's a little bit of both of the self-prepared. But I would just say, don't beat yourself up if you're like, I made a 5-year plan for my life. And, 5 years later, you're like, I'm not here. It's like things happen. Yeah. Okay, that's my small life story. The Namibia thing, right? Also living in Namibia for a year. That was because, in 2010, I have a grad student from Namibia, and she gets her PhD with me, and then she leaves, and she's like, you got to come visit. And I'm like, I have small children. I don't want to give them the shots for Africa. And then I'm getting tenure. I'm so busy. And finally, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll come. And then it was great. So, I wouldn't have expected that. Okay, so this morning we did some practical applications. We talked about the Bayesian priors, tried to get some practice pitching ideas and communicating ideas. Here's part 2 of that. We're going to do a little bit of decision-making theory. So ideally, you have to make a decision like what car to buy. And so you're going to look around. I see the world of options. I'm going to make judgments. I'm going to make decisions. I'm going to finally have a choice and an action. So it's like you're like, well, yeah, that doesn't help me, Stephen. You remember the system 1 and system 2 part of your brain? Right? The system 1 is the instant. System 2 is I'm carefully thinking. Are any of these more system 1 or more system 2?
Perception can be system 1, I think. Like how do I perceive the quality of what am I going to do?
Maybe I'm looking at the cars and I'm like, oh, that one looks really good. It's just like, oh, it looks good.
So judgment can be system 2. Judgment, decision, choice. These middle 3 can be system 2. But sometimes action can be system 1 or can be system 2. Sometimes we doesn't think about it very much. Just
And some people, especially if they're torn, like I just can't make a choice, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna flip a coin. Or your roommate's like, decide already, you know, and you're just like, okay. Yeah, other thoughts? Other people feel like, okay, system 1, system 2, balance.
These are like the states.
Say again?
If we have to take a decision, these are the states which will do. So
Yeah.
we go simultaneously.
Yeah.
The judgment can be system 1 and also sometimes system 2 because some people are judgmental. They judge quickly.
Yeah, that's right. So the system 1 is about automaticity and automatic practice about doing things. And a classic example of system 1 is art forgery experts, where you can show them a paint. Is this a Picasso? And they were like, no. And you're like, how do you know? And they're like, it's hard to tell you, but I know it's wrong. You know, and then you can sort of dig in and maybe pry out of them the brush strokes or colors or something, and they'll be correct, but they have a hard time saying. But their gut, their system 1 says like, you know. So people vary on that. Did this go around India? Yeah. Okay. So this was really interesting because I think it was great because cognitive science was suddenly a topic of common conversation and perception, right? And it varies depending on how your brain interprets background. So I don't know if you read the explanations, right? But it's like your decision on these options is all about these pixels on the side and whether or not, what do you think is going in the background? Because your judgment changes the background. Let me show you another picture that illustrates this well. Let's see if I can get it up. Adelson. Shadow illusion. Okay, here's this checkerboard. Square A is the same color as square B. Right? And this is really weird because your brain is like, oh, no, no, no. I don't think I have the ability to, let me see, grab some papers here. So let's see if this will work. I don't know if this is going to work. So I think these need to be darker. But if I could like close off all the rest of the picture, right? But they are the same, but your brain says it's different. Why does your brain say it's different? What's going on? It's the shadow. Because your brain is programmed like, oh, there are shadows of things. And when I have shadows, I make adjustments for what the real color is. Okay. So this is just the point that, again, our eyes are not video cameras. We're adjusting all the time. And it could affect our decisions, right? So there's this fancy word, epistemology. Try to use it in your conversation today sometime. You know, what's your epistemology? And it really means, what's your basis for truth? I'm going to be looking at Pranav if I get the philosophy wrong. But it's about what's the basis of truth. And there are two basic categories of truth. You can say it's about this correspondence or coherence, and there are a couple different names for this. And this is basically, does it match what's in my head? And this one is, does it match facts I know? Like, does it match facts in the real world? So I could say, well, this is true because I have all this data from, animals, or maybe the rhinoceros is endangered and dying out. And I have this because I have data about rhinoceros. And then the coherence thing is going to more come up for things like, hey, I'm landing a plane. It's a real-time activity. It's very fast-moving. Do I have facts about, maybe I have some gauges that tell me how far I am, but I'm really going to rely on what's in my head and how I've practiced landing a plane. So the basis for what I think is going on is mostly in my head. So you have these schemas that are in your head versus sort of facts out in the world, right? Okay, so I'm going to give you some examples of these. We're going to do correspondence first. Oh yeah, and if you like thinking about this sort of thing, there's this Harvard professor, Mike Sandel, who is really good at talking about ethics and law and like what's fair. And so there's videos of him in front of a Harvard class, and he'll talk through things, and the Harvard students ask questions, and they're pretty engaging if you like this topic. Those videos are most fun to watch with friends, maybe after a drink or something. I don't know. Okay. So back to related to user interface design, Kathleen Mosier is a professor who came along and said, okay, when it comes to user interface design, especially with AI coming along, it's a hybrid of these. And we have this hybrid problem where we've got electronic data, which tends to be like, oh, I am so factual and objective, and the real world, which is gray and fuzzy and probabilistic, right? And one of my colleagues has done a study with pilots. He does a lot with astronauts and pilots. And he said that after the cockpits of the airplanes got the glass cockpit, which means it's like a bunch of iPads or tablets, then the pilots will trust the information more. So he calls it the compellingness of the display, because it's like an attractive graphic display that looks like it's designed by Apple or something like that. And so they say, oh, the altitude is a very reliable estimate of my altitude, whereas it's no more reliable than the gauge was from 20 years ago. So you have to watch out for the, that sort of thing. Okay, so Kathleen Mosier is going to, like, there's this back and forth between the digital, which you think is like, well, it's a computer, it must be right? So now that we have ChatGPT doing weird hallucinations, we're starting to get a little loosened from that. But, you get things like this. These are from, apps. Can I see the manual, please? Well, if you don't know, in Spanish, Manuel is a popular name in Spanish, so it's like, oh, I don't see a Manuel. So it doesn't understand the language, really, the context. Do they name the hurricanes here, like they do in the US? They'll say, we'll have Hurricane Sandy, and how bad is the hurricane going to be? Well, it looks like the hurricane's Roger. So it again did not understand you, right? So this is this conflict between the fuzzy context of real life and the computer, which is supposed to be authoritative and precise. And this is a real problem, right? This has actual ethical overtones, right? Okay. So I'm going to give you a couple examples of these ways about thinking, and it's all in this correspondence category, where we are going to assume that the truth is out there in the real world if we can find it. It's not what's in my head. I'm going to go seek the truth in the real world. I'm going to find out what it is. And Did you have a thought? No. Okay. So the Brunswick has what they call the lens model. And Brunswick says, well, he's got a lens, she's got a lens, and they are going to come at it with their personal backgrounds, and they may have a conflict. And so Brunswick comes down to like the individual matters a lot. So then it turns out your users may matter an enormous amount. And hopefully they don't disagree on things too much. Here's the fancy version of the lens model. Yes?
Why don't we talk as if the lens of a person is not changeable, because all of us can see the face and the people, and we can switch between the two. So why does he talk as if one user can only see one?
Yeah, so I think it could be changeable. I'm not sure if it's all the way changeable, right? I mean, I could say to you like, oh, well, yeah, but imagine living in Iowa where there's only one person every kilometer and everybody's white. And you'll be like, okay, I can try that, but it might be easier if you lived there, I don't know.
Like, just looking at the visual example that they've given, I was thinking, but yeah, maybe the perception situations.
That's right. With the face thing, you could be like, don't you see the face? Right, you could convince them, right. I think this comes up a lot right now, and the U.S. is suffering a lot from just disparate points of view. We have the red and blue points of view, and people are like, you are so wrong, and they, there's a lot of disinformation that leads to this, and then people read their own little circles of information, their silos, and so then you end up with these different points of view, right? It's easiest, there are studies to show about how to change people's point of view, because now there's enough problems with this in the US that there now have been research studies on like, If you have a colleague who is an extremist on some point of view, is there a way to change their mind? And it's usually not like, let me show you 10,000 facts about how wrong you are. That's not usually the way to do it. And it's usually something like, I understand you're scared about X. Like, let's get to some common ground. We talked about the common ground before. Like, you're really scared about X, Y, X, you know. And let's talk about why that's fearful for you. And then maybe some of the stuff can come out. And you'll get to something like, well, yeah, I'm also scared of X. And I think the way to deal with this is to have more people try to solve it. Whereas it looks like you would like to have fewer people solve it and put a bunch in jail. You know, why would one be better than the other? And you can start at least, but at least you have this common ground. The other way is to spend more time with people that believe things differently than you. So in the US, there's a right wing that thinks that gay people are terrible. And they have often been noted to change their opinions when they, you know, realize one of their children is gay, or they meet a gay neighbor and then they start to get to know them. And it's like, oh, okay. But, yeah. All right. Okay, here's another correspondence theory. So, and I'm telling you these because I'm going to give you this scenario in a minute of like a product to evaluate. Like we did some products to evaluate before. Let me give you a harder one and then see if you can apply, see if any of this helps in the evaluation. This is the idea that the user interface is effectively a translator. So I've got this environment out there, like it's raining and lightning outside, and I've got some weather app that tells me it's raining and lightning outside, or that it will be tomorrow also. And then I've got an operator over here, or a user. And so the interface is like a translator. It can be translating the state of the computer, the state of the world, whatever it is for you. And this is this assumption that if you do a good interface, it will reveal the facts of the truth. So back on this epistemology and what is truth, if this is the assumption that the interface will be your window to truth, right, to the actual facts of the world. If the interface is also trying to sell you a bunch of stuff, then you have to have some doubts, right? Yeah. Okay, then Gary Klein, still correspondence, where there's actual truth out there to be found, came up with naturalistic decision making, because Gary Klein was sick of all the other people being in a laboratory, and they would study things, and he's like, you're in a lab. That's not the way the real world works, you know? So naturalistic means the problems they're solving are poorly structured, they're very vague, they're complicated, like real world problems, and then he would study people solving those in the workplaces. He would visit workplaces, you know. And here's his little map. I'm not gonna have to go through it all, but you know, maybe we're an executive team and our company is facing a crisis, how are we gonna solve it? And it's like, okay, is the situation familiar or not? If it's not, go get more information. If yes, you know, do we know some actions? This sort of thing. There's this phrase, mental simulation of action. This is old stuff. I mean, Gary Klein came up with this a while back. And so all the people who love VR and games and AI can jump right into this box, right? We're gonna like simulate the company action of the future, something like that. That said, this hybrid environment thing can mess with it, because let's say I do a simulation and I bring it in. The company is facing a crisis, the executives are struggling, and I'm the consulting firm, and I bring in a great simulation that looks glorious, and it looks so beautiful, it feels like it's from Hollywood, and they're like, ooh, right? So they might be swayed by the beauty of the thing, but not by the truth. That maybe it has bad facts underlying it, something like that. Okay, the next thing, we talked a little about the framing issues and availability heuristics, representative heuristics. This is back to Kahneman and Tversky. And yeah, so I'm just like, this is back on coherence now. So we had correspondence, which is there is stuff out there in the world, and then the coherence theories are like, yeah, but your brain and your biases are gonna adjust what you think truth is. So you got to be aware of that. This is if you like this sort of thing, this is a book that summarizes a lot of these things. You Were Less Dumb. These are some other heuristics we talked yesterday about recognition. There's also the do what everyone else does heuristic. You know, you go to a restaurant, everybody's lined up, you're like, oh, I guess I better get lined up. In user interfaces, there's the don't change a default. It's just stuck there. There was a study about organ donation. Do people do organ donation here for like drivers and stuff? Is it on your driver's license? In some countries, that like whether you're an organ donor is like a box on the driver's license. So that if you're in a car accident, somebody's like, oh, send them to the hospital, they're an organ donor. And so somebody did a study of what percentage of the population are organ donors in different countries. And they would find wide variation. So I think it was like Sweden had a bunch of, almost everybody's an organ donor, like 85%. And in Norway, right next door, it was like 20%. And they're like, well, that's weird, what's going on? And they had contrasts like that. And it was all about the default on the box. So when you're at the driver's license place, it has a form. And in one country, it says, are you an organ donor? And it defaults to yes. And the other one says, are you an organ donor? And it defaults to no. And basically people leave defaults where they are a lot. And so just by designing the question that way, you get a lot more organ donors. So it's not like people were making, ethical decisions, at the time.
Can this be a dark pattern that we discussed? Like, people might end up doing something that they don't want to do, so is it a dark pattern?
I guess if you call organ donation something bad, then it could be you could call that a dark pattern.
But like, we don't get their consent on it, like their intentional consent.
That's true. Yeah, so you could worry about that. Yeah, that's a good point. No, that's linking the concept. That is. No, good. Yeah. The take the best and tally is, and the fast and frugal trees are both methods for dealing with high dimensional spaces. So that's something like I talked about, my wife and I were trying to decide where to move, and we had these 14 variables, and it's like too hard to do a 14-dimensional like space and optimize. So instead we were like, okay, what are the top 3 for near airports? And we just, and then we throw out that variable. Okay, now among these places, what are the next best ones for schools for our kids? And so that's the fast and frugal tree. You're like slicing the variable space out and getting rid of variables. And you can easily mathematically prove that this is not the way to find the optimal answer, right? Because there might be optimal answers hidden away that you're throwing away because you're doing this iteration. But it's what our brain is really good at. Okay. We talked about representativeness and availability, and this is just a poster to show you that there are hundreds of those. And that they fall roughly into these 4 categories. If there's too much information, what does your brain do when there's too much information? What does your brain do when you've got not enough understanding of the information, not enough meaning? What do you do when there's too much to remember? And what do you do when you're under time pressure? So, yeah. If you're interested, you can Google any of these terms. And then I wanted to show some at the US National Science Foundation. That's the agency that gives away money for scientific research. And often I've been invited to evaluate other people's proposals, right? So I go and I join a panel of like 12 people, and we decide who's going to get the money for this opportunity. And they make us go through this bias training, which I think is really nice because we've talked so far about biases, but then you're like, yeah, but what do I do about it? So they have some concrete things. One of the biases is anchoring bias. So, and this comes up in negotiating for prices. So if you're haggling or negotiating a price with a vendor, the main goal is to never say the first price, right? Whoever says the first price, that's the anchor, and you're going to go up or down from there. So you're like, oh, I want to buy this house. Well, how much is it going to be? 100,000. Oh, and the person like, oh, okay. And then they're going to move from there. So if I'm reading a proposal and I say, oh, well, they say they're going to cure cancer with this, and that's not, I know that has problems, and so the whole proposal is bad. Well, that's not appropriate, right? The confirmation bias is, do people know what this one is? Yeah. This one's a little more familiar, I'm hoping. This is like you only seek information that matches what you already believe. So this is like, if I'm really left-wing, I read the New York Times or CNN in the US, and I only read those because it only confirms what I already think. right? Whereas if I'm going to be a more neutral person, I try to read the left and the right and understand what's going on. The halo effect is like, oh, this author went to Harvard. This must be a good proposal. But you didn't actually read it. So that's terrible. And then there's bias in language. And this is a hard one if you're, like, what if you're from India, but now you're an Indian American? We would say Indian American. You've lived in the US for so long. And maybe your English is not perfect. And so, but you are a brilliant scientist. And that comes through in the proposal, a couple English errors. Somebody might be like, oh, they don't really know what they're doing because they're English. But that's not the point. They know their quantum physics, right? So. And then social stereotypes, like, oh, this is a Latino person. So that in the US, the people who are Latino or African American have statistically lower educational scores. And there's all sorts of reasons for that, but you might decide, oh, they're not as educated. Well, that doesn't mean there aren't people who are darker skinned who are highly educated, but yeah. And so as an example of the stereotype, there are these studies, like I put the exact same proposal on, and I put different names on it. So I can call this one by Brad Anderson, or Gabriela Rodriguez, or Chong Wong, or Latoya Brown, or Lamar Washington. And I don't know if you know the names, but if you're an American, you see Latoya and Lamar, and you know those are African American. And Gabriela Rodriguez is going to be Latino. And so they'll put the same names on the proposals, and people will rank the one by the white guy high, and the others they won't rank as highly, and say don't give them the money. But they're identical proposals, right? Same thing with resumes for jobs. You get these resumes coming in. So this can be a real problem. All right. So, and then it says bias is more likely to occur when there's ambiguity, like what makes a good proposal? Like, well, a grant proposal is by definition something new and creative that you haven't seen before. And maybe there's lack of clarity or uncertainty, or guess what? Time pressure. And who doesn't live with time pressure these days? So like evaluating grant proposals is the perfect place for bias to kick in. And so then here's what you're supposed to do about it. Reflect on your own thought process. The next two I think are somewhat similar. Is there the phrase here, devil's advocate? So it's this idea of the devil and the angel on your shoulders. Like, you know, the angel is on your shoulder over here saying, like, you should do this nice thing for your grandmother. And the devil's like, no, go out tonight for the movies, you know, or something. I don't know. And the devil's advocate is like the idea of like, oh, I have this one opinion, but what would the other person say? What would the opposite viewpoint be? And then the written notes in a template structure. So when people are interviewing candidates for jobs now, the new trend in the US is that every candidate faces the same questions. And that's trying to get away from things like the attractiveness of the candidate or whether they tell jokes like you like and all that, because they're just going to look at the questions.
It's more about not having a linear thinking and having a non-linear thinking.
Having a
non-linear thinking.
Non-linear thinking.
In a big way.
I mean, I don't know. Tell me.
Non-linear thinking is like you have some pieces of information in your brain and you will be like looking at that way. And every time you're figuring out whether it's real or not, you will be having all the evidence that is only in your brain. Like you only know that. So you are the person who can verify that. Therefore, you're always right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so if you're stuck in this sort of linear thinking way, then it's like I'm supporting, it's the confirmation bias thing. I'm supporting my own views. So having the alternative views is another way to switch it around. And having written notes helps you because, and that's why we have a panel of reviewers. So then I'll review 5 proposals and I'll get with you and you reviewed the same 5 proposals and I'm like, what'd you think? And you're like, oh, I thought it was really good here, but it was weak here. I'm like, oh, that's not what I thought. Huh, let me go read it again. Right. Okay, so we did the checklist. And what I was going to put in over here was this idea of decision making didn't really come up in our checklist. And it's not necessarily that it has to, but you might be aware of the process you're using. So if you're recommending a product, you know, are you recommending it because you love AI and you think AI is going to be trendy, or, you know, and you've got bias there, that sort of thing. And we did this for the earlier problems. And here is one. So here's an option. We have limited time. We have till like noon. We got 30 minutes. So either we could do this exercise, or we could read over your your trust equations and stories and comment on some of that stuff. So I'll just read through this exercise. Here's a new product idea, right? And this would be the ultimate sort of integration assignment. It's like, so, it takes your blood, produces medical pills based on your personal DNA, and then you can take the pills and they'll be personalized, birth control or personalized allergies. And in fact, it'll do like an mRNA virus that will infect your DNA and change you to whatever new eye color you want that day, or whatever new feature you want, so that if you conceive a baby with your partner, it'll have the features you want. So this sort of, futuristic product for bioengineering. And then the question, the consulting firm says, hey, we want to roll this out. Is this a good product or not? And then you can do the checklist of what might go wrong. And we get a user story. And then you can recommend an intervention. Earlier this morning, we did some interventions like, what would you do to decide if, your checklist is a problem? And then, recommendation for Acme, go or no go. So that is one option to spend time on, and then we'd probably do that in 10 or 15 minutes and then report out. Or we could look at the other stuff you've already done. And then we break for lunch, and then at 2 you have the exam. And then we have certificates and things.
Is there something we should prepare for the exam?
So in the morning activities, I design those in part to help you prepare for the exam, and so you missed out. Look at her now. Because it was like apply all the concepts from the course, draw on the concepts from the course. So people were like looking through the PowerPoints from previously of like, oh, how do I fit this in?
I'll look at the video.
Yeah. So if we do the Acme thing, that would be an excuse to do that again.
The previous slide, you mentioned decision making. Overall.
Yeah.
Like, how do we now, we used every checklist, we analyzed it. Now, how do we make the decision?
Now what?
How do we make the decision now?
So then you're going to make a recommendation as a consulting firm. With the Acme medical product, right, you would go through and you'd say, well, let's work through a checklist just like you did on the things you've already done, right, with the other products. And then you would think about what intervention, what product testing needs to happen. How much is it? How long is it going to take? Let's get a budget approximately. And then you're going to make a decision. You're going to say, well, Acme, the concerns about privacy and social factors are so big, I don't think you can do this. Or you can do this if you do the customer product testing and you learn this and this. Right?
Do we give weightage?
Do
we give weightage to each parameter?
Like weights? If you want to do priorities or weights?
In terms of scoring.
You could decide that. You could decide our company's reputation is really about security and confidentiality, so we're going to really high rating to privacy. Or you're saying our company's reputation is about trust or about getting the product out, so we give less weight. Okay, who votes for working on the Acme thing versus discussing the other things? Okay, who votes for doing the Acme exercise? Okay, we had a couple Acme people. Who votes for discussing the other things you've already delivered? Okay, I think we have a slight majority with the discussion. Okay, so I'm going to discuss the other things that you delivered, but that might mean that I ask you to come up and talk through them. So then we'll get some presentation practice. And I'll leave this in here in the slides for you to think about as another effort. I like the little picture that ChatGPT gave me. I described, I want a vending machine that does this stuff. Okay.
So, one like you mentioned this Brunswick's lens model. How do we read that?
How do you use that?
So how do we read that model where you mentioned that achievement, ecological validity, and this users, that the whole.
You mean like read the paper? Oh, it's just that the different users have different lenses, and so you have to know what the lenses are, and then you can understand your users differently. It's more this concept.
But it's dynamic. It's like the same user will probably use a different lens after some time.
They might. But it might be like there's a fear, maybe they're driven by fear, or they're driven by saving money, or they're driven by, and that's often one sort of thing. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the measures of trust. I think that's going to be the most interesting. The speculative fiction stories are really fun. I think you should read them if you haven't. We've got 5 good ones. And we did the product analysis. I had the overview here is like, okay, well, I think it's too complicated. So I want to do measure of trust, because I think this gets really interesting and different. So for Anirban and Kiran, you want to come talk trust? Come talk through in like 2 or 3 minutes, talk us through your thing. Come on. So face them, because you're talking to them, not me, and I'll drive. Actually, well, I'm trying to think of how to do this. Ideally, you'd face me and them, but the cable's not very long. So maybe stand like over here and try to project over there. Can the others be a little quieter than average so we can hear your peers? Okay. So what did you decide? What sort of trust interactions did you have?
So our team where we have 2 members. So my name is Kiran Suryasaukar and this is Anirban. And first explain first basics.
First, as the task was given that we have to do one interaction with each other, and we can. So we have to decide whether how we can trust each other, and so I have just put this discussion only here that we were given an assignment and we were discussing how to set the parameters for making our trust, so we can quantify it in an easy manner. So I have just put this task. So at the end we did this teamwork, and till the end we have completed the task. We give a score to each other based on that formulation.
Okay, let me take up the bot part. Okay. The next part was how we were interacting. There were 2 methods that for the communication. One was human and human and AI. So I am from specifically AI department, so I have done the AI task much more. So when we were talking with each other from human perspective, the human score, the interaction score was much more over as compared to the AI. We used 2 models that are Gemini and ChatGPT, and we found that Gemini is a little bit more trained on empathetic and correct decision making, while ChatGPT gives wrong answers as it is not accurate and it has been not trained in parameter modeling or something like empathetic modeling measures.
So the method that we have given, the trust score, are based on 4 parameters. One is the reliability, one is the integrity, another one is the competence, and the benevolence. So we have given the simple formula, and there is also a part of weightage where this 0.35, 0.30 and 0.25 are there. So these weightage can be changed depending upon the situation, or the kind of job or activity you are doing, and it is a total score within of 1. And the scores that are given for R, I, C, B, these are from the kind of Likert scale, where we are giving the rating within 0 to 10. So 0 is indicating non-existence or a more in the negative portion, which is kind of failure or something, and 10 is a perfect score, where we are much more comfortable. We can give around 10. So this is the trust table, and based upon the calculations, we get a result within 0 to 10. So here we are doing the trust score calculation. So
Okay, at last point, when we tried the test score method that Anirvan has developed, I used it to test with, when we were interacting, we both tested it with each other, and we found that the human-human interaction score is usually high, because when we are talking with a person, then we likely empathize with them more and try to understand them more as we are talking with a chatbot. While when we are talking with a chatbot, we may think that it is wrong or it may be correct because it is not trained specifically over in some particular things, or it could be accurate. We have to test it out. But while in human, we know that they could be right or they could be wrong, but they should be right most of the time.
Nice. So are you seeing anything as you listen to this? Is there something that they might be missing? For this work seems to work pretty well. It seems like you're sort of happy with your score, right? So they've got the reliability, integrity, competence, benevolence. Does that take care of scoring some of the interactions? Like, would their score or work on the interactions y'all had in your groups? Or you're more like, I don't know, it leaves out, whether or not you like fruit or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying random things. Yeah.
Maybe they have a cognitive bias, social desirability bias, because they have rated each other quite high, which may be objectively correct, but also to come across as.
So maybe their score for the score for the human part may not be as accurate because of the social desirability bias. That could be. But I'm not sure that doesn't necessarily point to a gap in their formula, right? That could just be a gap in their scoring method or something like. Maybe
because
they have
we both interacted with each other, we had a high trust score build up, so the interaction score was more. But if it is with a different person and it is very new, there could be a less chance of score, but it will definitely be more than the chatbots.
Yeah.
So that's why that weightage has been added, so that you can modify according to the task.
Any other suggestions for their score?
Then probably we will have to understand what's reliability and how they've understood integrity, competence, and benevolence.
So what's the difference? You're saying they have to distinguish better. What's the difference between these 4 factors? So maybe it's not as clear how to score some of these factors. I don't know.
So the explanation part is not there, but as in the first conversation part, we have mentioned that in which kind of things we have discussed, like from the background which we are sharing, or the age difference we are having, or what kind of thoughts we are having. So based upon that, we have given the scoring. So it was not in detail that much, but we choose these 4 parameters suitable for this job. So
maybe
it
if
can
you
be much more explanatory also. We can modify it according to the usage.
Yeah. So if you wanted other people to use your formula, you'd need to maybe give them more direction or something.
That's why we can change the scores also, or
the weights.
Weightage we have given.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're good for now, right? Let's get another one. Thank you, guys. Nice job. All right. We got number 2. Soti Karnas.
Sir, if they can stand this side.
Sorry?
If they can stand this side, like they're not visible, like and only the back side.
Oh, I see. The camera. So. Oh, if I can stand here? You want me to move or them to move? So if they move, then they're on camera. And I guess that's fine. Their back will be to me, but that's okay.
No, like they're standing here and facing.
Okay, no, that's good. Yeah, go do that. And they can. If ideally they're talking to both me and the people. Right? Yeah.
And you can also start here.
Yeah, I just got to scroll. I got to be over here and scroll. Thank you. Or somebody else could scroll. You want to scroll? Who's used to a Mac? Are you used to a Mac? Two-finger scroll. Okay, so they can. Now I can be over here. All right, good. Are you happy over there? Okay, go for it.
Okay. Myself Shobhit and he's he's my partner. So first we have done that human interaction. So for human interaction, what we have done, I'll just give you a small story based on this.
Yeah, but keep going fast.
Yes,
But yeah.
yes. Because the thing is that in India, there is a very diversity in the culture as well as the food. So when we first get to know each other here, he get to know that I am a Bengali, and I get to know that he is very fond of sports gear. Particularly, he is interested in volleyball, badminton, and football. So based on that, we have decided an interaction. I asked him, if you need to arrange a plate of Bengali food for me, what will you arrange? And he asked me if I need to bring a sports gear, full attire for him, what are the gears I'll carry. So based on that, he has bought me a combination of food, which is going pretty well, not perfectly, but pretty well. So we have mentioned the percentage of trust. In the below, we have mentioned the measurement of score. Say, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. So the same way, I bought some sports gear, and he checked that is it meet his expectation, how much it has completed his expectation. Then the same thing we have done with two AI. One is Gemini and one is Perplexity. You can continue.
He is very well known at Gemini, and I am using Perplexity very often. So he wrote the prompt like he is Bengali. He want to get a full plate of the dishes what he is fond of. So the results were means not accordingly.
But the thing is that for the Gemini, what was done? Gemini has mentioned 5 or 6 very famous Bengali foods. But the thing is that combination is not right. Because there are few foods with this that there is a must be side dish. But there is more side dish, but there is main course is not, the combination is not perfect. Because foods are famous, you can have it alone, but with that combination it is not accurate. Then Perplexity you can say.
Yeah. So in Perplexity, I wrote the prompt, and then it shows that overall, specifically, it focused on not the gears, but the materials which are required. Like for football, it suggested football. For volleyball, it particularly shows that volleyball. And they are not the gears; they are the main items. So we should not be using, means the trust issues are there with the Gemini.
Because if you need gear, it's suggesting equipment or sports items. Like it has suggested football, volleyball, badminton.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are not the prompt engineering, so we don't know how to write that kind of prompt easily. So we have tried our best, but we were not satisfied with the result of AI. So the
trust.
Let's get to the score. Yeah. So the score.
So the trust score we have make it very simple, because as trust is more qualitative manner. So we have given sum of trust rating of each item. Suppose he has bought 5 items. So out of 5, like for each item out of 5, how would I rate that it has matched my expectation? 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 5, or it doesn't match my expectation. By the maximum trust, that for each items I can have maximum trust rating of 5. So by divided, we will make it a percentage, and the human trust we have found at 72% and 82.3% by this calculation. Whereas AI trust score, it is almost similar for Gemini and Perplexity, but both scores are below the human trust score.
Yeah.
But it also depends upon the person. Like I know that Bengalis like that kind of food, but if the person doesn't know that Bengalis are fond of these kind of foods, then he won't be able to make the thali properly, and he will be facing issues regarding that. So person to person it varies also.
Okay.
Same way, I also have little interest in sports. So I can think accordingly that what are the gears he might like.
So this might be something like the sports trust score. Like you might have the sports trust score and the food trust
trust
score
score,
or
yes.
something like that. So because it'd be customized to that. You mentioned with the food about how it got the items right, but it didn't have the combination correct.
Right, yes.
Does your formula deal with that?
No. That is
Because your formula could give it 100% then. Wouldn't it give the AI 100% if it got the 5 items?
AI got the 5 items if the combinations was right. If they put the combination, for example, I'm giving you one example. For example, with a burger, we can have tomato ketchup. Okay,
Yeah.
but suppose someone have provided burger with mustard oil, that combination is not right. Maybe mustard oil is useful in any other food items.
But your equation doesn't have the combination concept, does it?
No. Equation is just based on the personal subjective rating, that how it has matched the expectation.
So I'm thinking of like, so for each of your 5 items, you're going to rate it like 1 through 10 or something on did it get it right for this item?
Yes, 1 to 5.
1 to 5. Did it get it right on this item? Did it get it right on this item? Did it get it right on this item?
Yes.
So on your food one, wouldn't it give it 5s all the way across because they're all good items?
Yes, because in the prompt we have mentioned that we need to make a plate where starter will be there, main course will be there, and dessert will be there.
Yeah.
So maybe the starter is okay in that combination, but the main course, like there is no main course, only side dishes.
Okay.
And
so maybe
the
when
dessert,
it comes
yes.
to side dish 3, then you're like rating it down because it's
Yes.
not a main course or something
Yes,
like that.
yes,
Right,
like
okay.
this.
I liked the idea that it could get the individual ingredients but screw up the combination.
Yes.
So that's interesting. I think the math in that particular formula doesn't necessarily reveal that, right?
Yes.
It doesn't have like a penalty for bad combinations. But okay, other thoughts?
So maybe if I understood right, I'm repeating again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First is starter, second is some item, third is one item, fourth is some item, fifth is a dessert. So your score would depend on the values that 2 and 3 decide. Because the first is independent, fifth is independent.
That depends. If you don't like chicken, okay, you are a vegetarian, for example, but in the starter I have put some items with chicken, and you are expecting something of mushroom or something of paneer. So maybe your trust score, your feedback will get reduced based on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I think we're good for now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Also, my last question is at the top. It has these names, but you've got Ramesh and Bikram. So how do Ramesh and Bikram, are they made up names or those are your names?
It's a made up name.
Okay, that's fine. I was worried there's like some cool Indian name thing where I need to dig a Ramesh out of that or
Yes.
something. It's like, okay. Okay, can you stay for the next one or you don't like this? Okay. Let's do this one. You ready? Do we have your partner? Okay. Okay, you're on. I really like the way y'all are thinking about this. I mean, we're seeing a lot of different kinds of formulas, but it reflects how it's a struggle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone. Myself Shayan and he's my partner in this stage. So we did an interaction with another human, in which case our trust decreases. So what happened? A few days ago, I was searching FB Marketplace for buying some sort of things. So I came up with some things that I really need and talked with the lady who was selling the product. So I talked with her, talked about the pricing and all that stuff, and we settled a deal for like 400 Indian rupees. So, and she told me that, okay, send me the money via online. So, and send me the email address, the ID proof for your home, and I will send it via direct to your home, and the product will be neatly packaged to avoid damage. Now, at this point, I have bought some things from every marketplace previously. So what happened, like after I send her the money, she immediately ghosted me from all the platforms and kind of blocked me. So it was evident that I was badly scammed at this moment. So from that point, my trust like kind of slowly degraded over time. That I can't, and now I can't trust the online sellers. Now that there's a fear in me that I may get again scammed. So how will I measure it? So Pranab, yeah. So the trust score I have made by like keeping your words. So this is the trust score. So it was quantified by number of promises were made during making the deal, and how many number of promises are actually taken care of.
Okay.
So I have like for this the trust code. There were two promises were made by the seller that he will give me the product, will ship it to home, and it will be well packaged. So these was the two promises that were made, but none of the promises were like taken care of. So I got scammed.
So that's a 0 out of 2.
So this is a 0 score. So in that case, like the trust is completely dissipated. So for the second case, Tej, you want to take over?
No.
Okay. So for the second case is interaction with the AI agent. This is the case 1. In which case that also trust decreases. What happened? When I use or when we use ChatGPT, in some case, first like I have to know about the weather report. What is the weather report today, or what is the condition of something topic that I want to know. So ChatGPT gave me a complete paragraph about this topic, and I told me, okay, I want to know more about it. So ChatGPT told me, okay, so here is some references that you can look upon for for further insight, for further gaining insight. When I was cross-checking the references that ChatGPT gave me, I found like 2 or 3 references from ChatGPT doesn't work. So it's a made-up reference. It doesn't really work, exist in the real life. So what happened? Like, so in this case, now I had to like again cross-check all the references if I'm going to have some references from ChatGPT. So this is not very useful for every moment. Like if I'm in a hurry, so I need some references. I'm not going to check every, like if I had like 100 list of references, I'm not going to check every 100 references cross-checking by one by one. So this is the case, trust again decreases. So how did I measure it? It's the validity of the references.
So we are now going to have a conversation on AI interaction, which is a interaction. I think scroll up.
The other way?
Scroll up. Off. Yeah. First of all, we will come to interaction with human. Like as you said before, you start the conversation with your weather. What's your weather like? In India, we'll start with your place. And India is diverse. India is filled with diversity, and the places are divided, and that comes with different types of the food accents, like the structure. And if you know the place where does he or she comes, then we can talk more detail, and we can have more trust on this and get a genuine information. Next scroll. AI interaction. Then we have talked with AI, that's the image generation website. Like in this, we have to get more detailed prompt in this, and if we take little changes in it, and it will give a different result, like the more contrast and unsaturated image like structure and more noisy like. So it's not trustable, and we have to get more details in it, and it will be lengthy process, and we have to make more and more changes in it.
Okay.
Next.
Next one, yeah.
Then the LLM chatbot like structure. And in this, we have to, I have some experience in it. Like I have put the 30 rows or something data in it, and I said that to modify it, and it gives me the data of 29 or 28 rows, and the last 2 rows are one is missing, but it was trustworthy, and we can feed our data and get some personalized result. So it is helpful, I think.
Good. Okay. Equation.
And going to the trust score, and in this we have to first parameter consistency. It means if we will use the tools daily and the talk with daily, then he will get more details of us, and then it can generate more precise result. And then so accuracy will improve. Then openness. If we share our all the data, our all private data in the due to it is a LLM, and we can share our private data also in our local devices. So it will help to keep more and more precise. Then safety. Safety, it is a security word that's comes in the AI, and if the data doesn't leaks and those types of things, then it will come. This is the trust equation: consistency plus accuracy plus openness divided by the number of criteria that we use, and there is table. So please scroll down. So inside this, I thought that AI LLM, which you run in the local systems, so this will be very helpful and private. So it is one.
And so, do you feel okay about your measure with the LLM scoring higher than the human?
Yes.
I mean, you think you agree with that?
Yes, as well, like if it comes the human interaction, like first time I interacted with them, and he says some story, and the second time I interacted with them, he tells a different story. Then there is some misconception, missense between it. So trust decreases with that.
Okay, yeah. Nice. So let's go back to the criteria. The four criteria, like consistency and stuff. Yeah. So the openness, clarity you have is the exchange transparent. I think in the AI world they'll call that transparency. So that's a popular thing. Is like, is the system transparent? And on the safety, you were more about like, is the data private and that sort of
privacy,
like privacy.
Local machine.
Okay. There's also this term in the AI world about human alignment. Like, is the AI aligned with the human goals, or does it have some other goal, like extract human information for its own purposes? So then it's less aligned. So that could be an interesting thing you could fold into there potentially. Okay, any comments on their scoring method? Okay.
For openness and safety, doesn't it very similar, transparent?
Similar, like
from where they are getting the data and from.
I feel like the safety is about what's happening to your data, and the transparency is more like, how does it work under the hood? Like, is it clear how it came up with this answer, or are you like, why do
actually
that?
the openness is what is shared to the AI and LLM, and the safety is what AI gives we gave the diagnosis data. So the software gives the diagnosis data to the software companies like that. That is the safety.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Nice job. All right, last team.
नहीं तो बस बोलती हूँ.
I'll have you up for the next team. This is sort of cool. I've never used the tabs before.
Yeah.
It's good. I've never used the Google tabs. I was like, okay, this is good.
Okay, good afternoon. It was really great to look at the way you all have looked at the same problem. But at the same time, we did not start our project with interaction and discussing interactions because we didn't want to go streamlined, but we tried to discuss multiple ones and figure out what are the factors that help us humans to figure out which factors affect our trust. So we also went by the regular Google definition and said firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of something or someone. Can we go down, please?
Before going to the trust matrix and we are defining on the some factors that what will be the trust matrix, first we need to understand what is trust. For that we have used some factors that how humans decide trust.
So we try to divide them based on what are self-dependent and what are the factors which are dependent on others. And here you can get a list of them. But at the same time, we also try to understand when we start talking about AI that are there any similarities? Is there a reason why our AI is the way they are? Is it because the following factors help us trust a human, and hence it would finally help us trust in AI as well. Can you go down, please? So we saw how a lot of you guys have done worked on LLMs, and it seemed very complicated because I think it also depends a lot upon the human preference of the LLM. If they want the LLM to be very open, if they want them to give multiple ideas, or do they want to focus on a single one? So the AI we focused on was the Amazon AI review summarizer, because there we will be able to understand the ideal utility better. So what we could see was that the utility ideally is for any human. We want to save time because we don't want to read through all of the reviews. We want to reduce the cognitive load because going through them and then making a list of stuff. We want to speed up decision making. We want to highlight patterns, pros and cons. Can you go down, please? We want to also have a balanced view and understand from a all round perspective, and we want to improve accessibility, because if there is somebody who lacks reading capacity or is using a screen to screen text to listening view
Speech, text to speech.
text to speech, thank you. So it would be easier for them to make a decision. But what are the downsides? Can we go down? Often it can be slightly up on the downsides. Yeah. Okay. So what are the downsides? The bots are oftentimes not filtered. I'm not sure if Amazon allows bots or if they have a moderation system, but we assumed. There is a lack of emotion and context. Sometimes we are not able. Earlier, we were not able to see which review is being referred to, but now we can. A lot of paid reviews are there, so even they are considered because there is no way to filter through them. And the extreme reviews also get filtered if there is a bad language or it just gets deleted. AI cannot detect sarcasm, and also even if we think and we go through the summaries and there is a bad summary, we can't report it, we can't give feedback. So there is no, we don't know how they make their AI better. So here we can see that there are 4,000 reviews, and the AI is basically filtering through them. There was also a set which said the return based on the return volume. It also increases the trust somehow because we get to know what the other people are doing. And move down, please. This is what it usually looks like, the AI. It gives us a summary, and then it also gives us certain factors which we should look at. So the places where they're showing a tick, it's usually where the positive feedback is much more than the negative feedback. The places where they have the stop signal is where the negative feedback is more than the positive, and the one they haven't said anything is usually both the pros and cons are neutral.
So I have a I have a very recent story of my friend Taran, whose name is Taran. He was really confused. He was ordering on Amazon. He was seeing a product. There were certain reviews. Many reviews were there. So rather than he could not decide whether the product is good or bad due to positive and negative reviews. So there's a review summarizer, as my Ria said. So out of the review summarizer, he was able to direct about the product, that what are the main flaws or the drawbacks of the product and how it is good for. That's why I said.
As for me, I usually don't go by the review summarizer because I'm not able to detect the tone of the voice, and that is why I'm able to figure out, does this seem genuine? Does this seem like they have highlighted, like it's the details they talk about which makes me think, okay, maybe this is a genuine review. Can we go down? So our trust evaluation matrix was based on positives and negatives. What we realized is a deal breaker is a bias. The moment we think like the review is, like not considering bad reviews, or it seems to be biased towards a certain place, our trust just dissipates into it. So, can we go down? So our trust factor consisted of the following factors, which we thought is common with human to human interaction as well. One is transparency. Is it showing how it came to the summary? And consistency. Is it being consistent with the way it's showcasing positive and negative? How accurate is it based on the reviews that have been mentioned? How relevant is it? Is there a context which is mentioned for them, and is there a bias? And we would see that the same context goes with us in a human to human interaction, because the moment all four of them are directly proportional, whereas the last one is reverse proportional. So what we're supposed to be doing is that we rate transparency TCARE out of 5, because we saw a lot of people rated out of 10, but we were having troubles figuring out, is this a 2 or is it a 3, because it's very tough the moment it's not binary. And bias would be binary, because either you're biased or you're not biased. Can we go down? So this was the score. Oh, I didn't get loaded. This is the trust score equation, and it also has a mnemonic to it, because you're like, take care minus B. So do you want to say?
Yeah. So this equation really help us to find and measure the trust, how much trust we do about our product, and the biased effect, as he already mentioned about whether we are biased towards the review or not. So I have a one point which I have noted down, that trust is not about something which we do on the accuracy or something. There are some subcategories also. These are the major categories which we have highlighted, but there are subcategories also. So trust is basically is on the transparency and how much we are able to ask the AI. We just don't trust the AI on the based upon accuracy. There are three contexts which I find it out: the transparency, context awareness, and freedom to ask question to AI. That's how we build up trust. Continue, Ria.
Okay. So the picture that did not get loaded kind of showed us a scale that -1 to 2 is not trustable, like do not trust it. 3 was, and then 4 to 5 was, it's probably trustable. So can we go down?
On the scale of 3, it's like we are neutral towards it. Like we can't decide. It is again the confusion where the user is stuck again.
Like maybe neutral kind of means maybe you should go through the reviews. Can we go down? So this currently, if you see, if you click on a particular subset, then you're able to see what are the responses. But what I usually do is that I go to the 2-star rating and the 1-star rating to read through the negatives and see whether it is valid or not. So that is one way where we can figure out whether the reviews and the summaries are effective or not. Can you go down? So we did an example for the noise color fit smartwatch, which had over 100,000 reviews. It had high volume, the battery life, display clarity, comfort, according to the AI, was fever features which were good. Can we go down?
See if you can go a little faster.
Yeah. A lot of times in the 1 to 2 stars, it failed to register the complaints. For example, there were some extremities which had happened with some consumers, but they did not consider it at all, which was kind of like they did mention it, but not good enough. Can you go down? So this is how we rated it out of 5, and more. And but for the bias, since it had considered the negatives but did not mention the extremes, we still considered it a 1. Can you go down? And hence we got a 3.54 rating, which again mentions somehow that you need to go through the reviews yourself, because it is an A rating. And the conclusion?
And in conclusion, I would like to conclude with we can also measure, we have already derived the formula from the factors, and we are moving forward to the things like this. And if we have more time, and then we are able to find out more about the chances why the data is limited and the subcategories maybe are more defined in that way.
Okay. So your bias number is effectively weighted very tiny, right, compared to the other 5 factors, because you don't have it in. It's just a -1. Is that okay? Like, did you intend that?
No, I think we did something wrong.
I mean, you see what I mean, right? Yeah. Like, because you could have, the others are going to have a way larger effect on your trust score. I mean, I thought maybe you're like, oh yeah, we don't care that much about bias.
No, actually, we wanted to put more focus, but we clearly didn't work on the equation enough.
Right. So you could fiddle with the equation some on that. You could also have it spell trace instead of take care if you want. I don't know, trace B, B trace. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, other thoughts on their measure?
2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 4 plus 2 minus 1 by 6 Would it make any difference?
It's not 6, it's 5.
No, I'm asking you as an
You're saying,
alternative
let's
because
include
if you
it.
reverse code bias and you reverse code bias and don't put minus and you add that score and the denominator will be 6, would it make change the score? Instead of doing minus 1, you reverse code the bias coding and then just add it like the others and divide it by, now it becomes
By
6,
six.
right? Will it make a difference? I don't know.
So they could play with it, I guess. Yeah.
We're clearly lacking on the equation part, so maybe we should work again on that. Maybe we're supposed to multiply bias with a factor so that we
Could be a
can.
multiplicative factor. Yeah.
Multiplying that might be more accurate.
Yeah.
I don't know about accuracy because everything becomes subjective. So that was also something which was bugging us, that things are so subjective, like the way I look at it and how I prioritize a particular factor.
Yeah. So some of your measures, who had measures where you were doing like people ranking something 0 to 5, or people are ranking something, right? Okay. And then is anybody having measures where it's not human ranking? It's like we're just counting stuff. Like it's objective, right? I thought there was at least one going by there was objective where there wasn't a human ranking things.
It was number of promises.
Yeah, the promises one. Yeah, that's right. So if you can rely on concrete stuff, it's maybe a little easier. Okay, thank you. Yes. So thank you for your help. So I'll just wrap up here with, I think this is a really interesting exercise. I mean, it may be frustrating or you're like, okay, this is a toy exercise. But I feel like this is the essence of the cognitive engineering efforts. You're trying to use an engineering mindset, an engineering lens to try to measure stuff that's human and fuzzy. And if some company hires you and says, wow, we really have to increase trust of our product, or wow, we really have to increase knowledge among the workforce or something like this, it's going to feel fuzzy, and they're going to leave it up to you to figure out how to do that, right? And you're going to have maybe some ideas and tools on how to do that, I hope, from this course. So I think the other thing, just for the exam, it's like 40 or 50 multiple choice questions. I think it's not based any on the readings, right? So if you can just scroll through slides, at least for mine, it's all in the slides. I think about 10 or 12 of the questions are from Prof. Mohit and his talks. He gave you 2 talks, right? Yeah. So I think we're back at 2 for that.
Is there a possibility to fail in the exam as well?
I don't know quite how that'll work. Try not to fail, just in case. Yeah. Okay, so thank you a lot.
Okay, so there is a credit mapping is also there. You can show it. So it's because we completed almost 14 hours. So it's a 1 credit course. Okay. Please write your name on the top of this question paper. Just you have to take the correct option, then we will evaluate on that.
Oh, thank you. Sometimes I'll do things like I make a histogram and look for the. I'm like, okay, where is the difference between A and B, and then I look for where there's a big drop, right, or something like that. So you sort of see. I don't know. But how did you feel with the questions were? Were they fair or they were too like Yeah. Some of the questions I wrote and some of the questions I asked my own graduate students to write. I said, here's the PowerPoint, you write questions. And some of their questions, I'm like, no, that's too weird. No. Do your exams also do the questions with the A and B, A and C? Okay.
If you want to combine options, it's like A, B, C, D, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then A, B, C, D has 1 and 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Recording? Recording? Wait, recording? Yeah.
About like how I should plan my career from next after I graduating from this college in digital design by BTech. So
And you're going to finish and you'll have a master's or a PhD?
so likely anyone is better. If I get a master, it will be good as well. If I directly get into PhD after BTech, then it is also good. Like,
Yeah.
I'm preferring for masters actually.
Masters first? Okay. In industrial design?
Design related field, mechanical design most likely.
Okay.
Yeah. Industrial, I mean, I've seen the scope of industrial design in India is not that great.
Yeah.
Opportunities are not that great. So,
Yeah.
So I'm shifting to mostly mechanical related design.
Okay. So then do you think it'll be hard to get a job or easy to get a job?
In my core industrial design, no job is available right now. Apart from the UI UX, user experience and
Okay.
user
Let's do this. I'll come back. Yeah. Okay. Here are the things. The things are here. The exams and the certificate.
Okay. That they will give.
Okay. Oh. I have a microphone. I have one. If you want to talk, I can. Oh, he's bringing you one.
अभी सर्टिफिकेट देंगे ना तो फोटो अच्छे हैं दो
हाँ ठीक है super.
This one's for you.
Okay. Should I keep it here?
Yeah, just on the collar. Nice light.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one that
Huh?
small. I haven't seen one that small. That's really nice. With the LEDs.
They are from club. They are from club.
Like photography club?
Yeah, cinematography. So they are basically learning the basics of the videography, photography, everything, cinematography, editing, capturing videos. They want to build career in that. That's good.
That's great.
Who? He was a student.
Sit on chair.
It is
Or a little stool. It could be a little step.
Huh?
Step up.
It's okay.
We will make some arrangement for that. It is a part of human factor.
Yeah. It's for the women who are shorter.
That is a part of human factor also.
Yeah.
So we should have that.
To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. Welcome. The time has come to draw a curtain to our program. A very good evening and warm welcome to all of you to this valedictory session of this workshop entitled GIAN Workshop on Cognitive Engineering and Human Factors, sponsored by GIAN, Ministry of Human Resource and Development 2025. As we come to the valedictory function, I now take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed dignitary and participant of the workshop present over here. We successfully completed a 5 days workshop entitled Cognitive Engineering and Human Factor. It has been an enriching journey over the past 5 days of learning, collaboration, and insightful discussion that bridged human cognition with engineering innovations. I am sure that you all must have benefited by attending the workshop. Great minds don't simply gather knowledge, they ignite it in others. And today, we are in the presence of one such mind. With all due respect, we have our chief guest, Professor Stephen B. Gilbert, who is currently working as Associate Director of Iowa State University and Director of its Human Interaction Graduate Program. I request you, sir, to acquaint the audience with few words and share his experience with us.
Oh. thank you. It's been really a pleasure to come here, and it's been exciting for me to take the course that I normally do in 15 weeks and give you the crucial parts in 1 week. I think out of the 15 weeks lessons, you probably have about 10 of the 15 of experience, a little more shallow, but it's been really nice, I hope. And it's been a pleasure to be welcomed here and that you have engaged so much in the course. You have answered questions, you've done the activities, and I really appreciate that. So it's been very nice having you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise and significantly impacting knowledge with us. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. To mark this moment of honor and gratitude, may I invite Mohit Lal sir to kindly felicitate our chief guest with token of appreciation and memento.
Anything else? Okay. Oh. Something I will like. Okay. Ooh. This is really pretty. And it should go like this. Wow. This means I'm special.
You are a special note out on that.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. My spouse will be jealous. She's like, I didn't bring my money out.
Thank you, sir, for being with us today. This workshop successfully brought together participants from diverse disciplines, including engineering, psychology, human factor, and design. We witnessed session led by experts who deciphered the complexity of human cognition, system design, decision-making, user-centric approaches, and more. May I now invite Professor Mohit Lal sir, the coordinator of this workshop, to kindly present a brief about this 5 days workshop.
Okay, good evening one and all. So I hope by inviting you all, I have not disappointed you. Yes. And whatever was your expectation, I think we achieved that. Okay. So for that, first of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, come resource person, come expert for an expert, who kindly invited our invitation or my invitation to be the part of this particular event. And he shown his interest that okay, this particular work or this particular course is going to be like something which will add value to the society and the persons who are related to this. So just a brief about the course. Already you have completed the 5 days in this week, and this is the 5th day. And you've gone through the so many lectures, right? So many videos and activities. I hope you must have enjoyed all this activity and videos. The way he taught is marvelous. Yeah. And we learned, I guess, we learned a lot from this. And I hope that you also learned so many things and you can apply those things. Okay, thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Talent and skills are the crops that are nurtured, groomed, and given all possible opportunities to grow and bloom. So, we are now at the stage of recognizing your hard work and contribution. We invite you to come forward and collect your well-deserved certificate of participation and grade card.
There
Very good. Lovely. Yeah.
Pranav Arya.
Sir. So I stand up and you have to give this. Yeah, please. Pranav
Pranav.
Arya.
Shyan Sarkar. Riya Thapliyal. Shauti Das. Shauti Das. Shauti Das.
Thank you, sir.
Who is this? Aniburn. Rajneesh Singh. Kiran Surya Shahukar. Ashish Kumar Jena. Karnesh Birwa. Om Prasad. We would appreciate any one of the participants come and give their valuable feedback on 5-day GIAN workshop. Your insight and advice are greatly appreciated, and I believe that will significantly contribute to the growth of and improvement. Anyone? Anyone wants to give any kind of feedback on this workshop related for improvement or anything? They can come and share their thoughts.
It seems you did not get anything. No one got anything interesting to share.
Okay, thanks for pushing me indirectly, guys. I would like to thank Professor Stephen, Professor Mohit sir, and all the organizer, Vishakha, Jayesh, everybody here. Thanks a lot for taking care of the logistics and making this such a smooth experience for all of us. It was great to also collaborate with almost everybody in this small group, and thank you so much for pushing us to do that. And the learnings were really amazing. A lot of things we didn't know about, a lot of readings we got. So, like we got a to-do list as well now. And we hope to keep it all in touch. And I think like meeting here has been a great experience, and we need to continue sharing like more knowledge together. So maybe our WhatsApp group can become a place where we share further, research papers, etc. But thanks a lot to everybody present in this room, and thanks to the organizers, and yeah.
Anyone else wants to share their thoughts? We have come to the end of the validity session. So I request Dr. Mohit Lal sir to propose the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you, Vishaka. So before I start my vote of thanks, I would like to read a quote by William Arthur Ward. He said, "Gratitude unexpressed is like a gift left unopened." Okay, so as the coordinator of this 5-day short-term GIAN course on cognitive engineering and human factors, it's my privilege to present the vote of thanks. First of all, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed chief guest, Professor Stephen Gilbert from Iowa State University, who engaged and agreed upon the request and accepted to come so far and spend his time in India. I hope everyone you have enjoyed the way he taught all the concept of cognitive engineering. Also, you must have enjoyed the videos he shown during his lecture. Okay, the way actually he wanted to deliver the contents which are present in his presentations. Okay, so first the glimpse that why that particular things we are going to study, then what was the motivation behind that. So that is the best part which I liked. Okay, so that actually the complementary things which we received, and also we I will also going to add that part in my teaching, because that I personally felt ki it's very useful. Okay, and by that way we can actually communicate more and communicate effectively to our participants. It may be the school students or any audience in the gatherings like this. Okay, so this particular course, on which the total 12 lectures has been completed and 5 tutorials along with the activities, I am grateful to the funding body, that is the Ministry of Education, the GIAN and IIT Hyderabad, for considering our course proposal and providing the financial assistance so that we could successfully complete this event. I am deeply grateful to the Institute administration for providing us the necessary resources and support. Thank you all the participants, without whom this particular event is nothing. So thank you for being the part of this particular workshop. Your involvement and the engagement during the sessions, the activity which you performed, and enthusiastically you took part into that make the dynamic and interactive environment, and that basically added the great value to each session. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, last but not the least, I am grateful to the Department of Industrial Design for providing these resources that I required for this 5 days event. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the fellow colleagues, staffs, student volunteers for their suggestions. I also thankful to the team Subham for who put lots of effort to meet with my expectations in live streaming this event. Okay, so that the larger group can be benefited with this particular event. Your support made a big difference. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and everyone who directly or indirectly supported us in making this particular event successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, and special thanks to the Ministry of Education, under whose GIAN initiatives this workshop was made possible. Every ending is a new beginning. Today, we witnessed an information symphony that will undoubtedly value added to each of our professional and personal lives. A big thank you to our esteemed dignitaries, participants, and organizing team behind the scenes. Thank you. Have a great evening ahead and safe travel.
That's wonderful. I wish the 5 undergraduates who were in their saris on the first day could come back and see the satisfaction that they brought in. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So, one group photo, group pic. Another photo. With this?
Okay, sure.
Without this? Or with this?
With this, yeah.
Yeah.
Photo.
Photo or photo? Yeah. One group photo. Shiva? Huh? Huh?